All right, welcome to StC Meet number 4. I'm Coach Stephen Lewis here with you, StC TV. We'll be on with you about a couple of hours or so. Hopefully get through most of the running events or halfway through the running events today. Glad to be back on with you today. Had a great day in St. Chris Athletics yesterday with the triple hitter in basketball. Very successful with JV winning. St. Catherine's took down Trinity Episcopal and the varsity basketball team as well. So today we have a bunch of teams here at St. Christopher's Bowling Fieldhouse for StC Meet number 4, and we're at the triple jump right now. And this is Ballard up. I don't have the heat sheet yet, so I will try to keep you posted on who is who. We're at the triple jump, and that's going to be a foul there. Looks like Small is up from Hermitage. We haven't seen anybody complete an attempt yet for the triple jump. Got a foul there from Smalls, couple inches over. Smith is up, looks like from Manchester High School, the Lancers. Foul as well for Smith. Now Ballard is up. Looks like another Manchester Lancer. Another foul. Moore is up. Again, doing the boys triple jump here at StC Meet number 4. Pole vault is also going on right now for the boys. And we also have the shot put for the boys going on. Right now we'll focus on the triple jump. There we go. Looks like we got a clean attempt there. Got a mark. "35 feet even," as you can see down there. Coach Bowen, legendary track coach of Manchester. Great to see him, along with StC coach Marshall Ware. Two guys been doing it a very long time, successfully. Got another foul. Ballard back up. Got a mark. 38-7 for Ballard. Small is back up. He's asking somebody to film a little bit here, maybe to take a little picture, get a little video. So maybe we'll get a good attempt here. Maybe he's feeling good about himself. Small from Hermitage. Either Small or Smalls from Hermitage. I don't have a heat sheet for it, so I don't have the name. I'm listening to Coach Ware call out the names. Smooth approach. There he is. Nice. $37.5 for Smalls. Smith back up for Manchester. Got a mark. He got him fouled by a couple of inches. Ballard up for Manchester. Interesting to see the starting point for the competitors. Some start way back, some start a little closer. Ballard's one that starts a little closer on his approach. See if we can get a mark here. Cannot get a mark there. All right, now Moore is up. $33.7 there for Moore. Took off a little far back. Ballard is up. That's a good one from Ballard. It's a nice job there. I believe that was 41.7.5. Good attempt there from Ballard. Small back up for Hermitage. 36-5 for Small. Final jump for this crew. Let's see if Smith can get on the board here for Manchester. There it is. There's a mark for Smith. $33.11. Good job for Smith of Manchester. Ballard up for Manchester. Couldn't quite get that one. Moore is back up. No mark there. Ballard back up. Final jump. Thank you again for watching StC TV. Coach Lewis here calling the StC Meet number 4. Glad to bring the action to you. Be here for a couple hours or so, get into the running events a little bit. Ballard, nice. $42.8.5 for Ballard. Good attempt there from him. Smalls of Hermitage will be the final jump for this section. I'm not sure if we have another section or not. Smalls, big time jump. That's a clutch performance there by the Hermitage Panther. 38.7.5, I believe they said, for Smalls. So that's an improvement from his previous jumps. Nice job from him. They're warming up here in the shot put. Looks like this may be the top section of the shot put getting ready to go. Keep it right here for more track action from StC Meet number 4. All right, we're back with you. StC Meet number 4. And this is the 4x800. And the boys and girls are running together. The boys out in front here, Hermitage and Woodbury. Here comes St. Catherine's. Will, Manchester, followed by Hermitage. Can't see the jersey of the young man in front here. That's Manchester, followed by Woodbury, Hermitage, and then the second Woodbury team. And that is St. Catherine's. Manchester and Hermitage. We'll follow the boys for the next few laps. Woodbury making a move there to take over. And here comes the second leg. Manchester around turn 1, taking control. Woodbury back out in front. Pick him up in turn 2 there. Woodbury looking smooth. And here's leg number 3. Woodbury in firm control. Cruising around turn 1. Here's Manchester in second place. Hermitage is now on its third leg as Woodbury has lapped. Manchester trying to walk him down here. We're on the third leg of the 4x8. Manchester closing the gap on turn 1. Gets his shoulder in front, and he takes the lead. Third leg. Manchester widening its lead. This should be the final lap of this leg. Manchester and Woodbury in a good battle here. And here we go to the anchor leg. Manchester widens its lead. And there is the anchor handoff. It's clean. Woodbury is clean as well. Manchester, Woodbury. Let's see how this pans out. Manchester anchor leg looking strong. Good lead on the Tigers. 3 laps left. Smooth runner for Manchester. Looks totally under control. Woodbury as well. No strain on his face, nice and calm. That's what you like to see. Manchester around turn 2. Looks like he widened his lead a little bit here. Third lap of 4. Nice stride, smooth. Woodbury right behind him, keeping the pressure on. Final lap for Woodbury. There's the bell. Excuse me, final lap for Manchester and Woodbury. Woodbury trying to turn it on. Manchester laps the second Woodbury team. And here is Woodbury. He's turning up the pace. Let's see if he can walk him down. Looks like it's going to be too much distance. Manchester is very, very smooth. And he won't have any trouble finishing this. Valiant effort from both teams as Manchester comes in at 8:45.82. 8:45.82. 8:45.88, excuse me. Scoreboard corrects itself. Woodbury in at 8:48.98. 8:48.98. Hermitages looks like they're about to finish up. The girls are still going. Widen out here. See the full track. Woodbury's B team has finished, and Hermitage has finished for the boys. Woodbury's B team in at 9:31.38. Hermitage in at 9:35.12. 9:35.12. Last lap here for St. Catherine's. They are in the lead in the girls 4x8. Ran both races together. Working hard. Got good pace here. Hermitage next. Has some ground to make up. And then we have Manchester. believe St. Catherine's is done. Do not see them running anymore. Here comes Hermitage. And Manchester not far off. All right, Hermitage and Manchester are finished. And nope, Hermitage still has another lap to go. So St. Catherine's first, and Manchester second, and Hermitage is finishing up their lap. Our next event will be the girls' 55-meter hurdles. And there's only one section of that. Let's see how long that takes. I know Coach Ware likes to get ahead sometimes, but we'll see how it goes.
It's the final call for the hurdles. All hurdles should be at the far end at the top of the straightaway. Final call hurdles. Second call 55-meter dashes.
Girls 55, we have 6 competitors. I don't have pronunciations of all names. I'll do the best that I can. Bryn Aoki of St. Catherine's, a senior. In lane 2, in lane 3, Tegan Coonley of St. Catherine's, a junior. Bianca Smith of Manchester has the best seed time at 10.05. She's a senior. Carter Torrance only 100th of a second behind at 10.06. She's a junior at St. Catherine's. Nyla Gane, 8th grader at St. Catherine's, 10.87. And Talia Coker of Manchester, a sophomore, at 11.7. So as they set up the hurdles now, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back with you for the start of 55. All right, we're all set up for the girls' 55-meter hurdles. Looks like only 4 competitors are entered. Looks like Bryn Aoki of St. Catherine's. It's going to be really tough for me to tell who is who's running. I am up in the overlook, a ways away from where it is, and do the best I can. Great run there. Looks like lane 5. That should be Carter Torrance of St. Catherine's. She is very excited. 9.90. That's more than likely a personal best, as her seed was 10.06. So great job there by Carter Torrance. Super excited. You love to see it. And there's Dad giving her a high five. I love it. That's what it's all about. And there's Mom. Casey Torrance, St. Christopher's upper school teacher. Joe Torrance also used to work at St. Christopher's as well. Terrific family, terrific people. Love to see that excitement from them. On to the 55 hurdles for the boys. Sorry for that quick pullback.
Final call, 55-meter dash. First call, girls, 1600, section 1.
All right, the 55 hurdles for the boys. One section, 5 runners. Tavoris Troutman is scheduled to be in lane 2, a sophomore at Manchester. In lane 3, Austin Robinson of St. Christopher's, a junior. This is his first time running the hurdles. He has no seed time. Everett Floyd, a senior, Woodbury Forest, 9.34. Lane 5, Tristan Roselle, a freshman, Manchester, 9.68. And lane 6, Aiden Bratton, a freshman at Manchester, 10.95. So we'll see what we got here in a second as everybody gets lined up.
Can you hear me? Did somebody walk the talking coach Evan? No, we are just trying to get these things working, and Emmett was talking it to coach, so we're good. Thank you. Can you hear me?
All right, so it looks like we have Manchester. We have Austin Robinson of St. Chris. And beside him looks like Everett Floyd of Woodbury, maybe. Again, a little far away, so I'm not sure. I'm sorry. I do see Robinson. I do see Woodbury.
We've only got lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5 here.
2, 3, 4, and 5. Lane 2, 3, 4, and 5 here. So looks like some boys that may have switched lanes. Woodbury out in front. Austin catching up. Austin Robinson. Woodbury. Nice job there. Good job there from Austin Robinson in his first running of the 55 hurdles. Lane 4, Everett Floyd of Woodbury wins in 9.58. Austin Robinson, great seed time for him, established at 9.91. Good job by him in his first attempt. Lane 5, Tristan Roselle comes in at 10.6, and Aiden Bratton 11.5. All right, up next is the girls 55 dash. We have 3 sections of the 55 for the girls. As they clear the track of the hurdles. Great job by the coaches and athletes at St. Christopher's, clearing the track and keeping this thing rolling. Up first, girls 55 dash. 4 competitors scheduled to run. Lane 3, Asia Boatwright, Hermitage, freshman. Lane 4, Gianna Woods of Hermitage, a freshman. Lane 5, Chania Arrington, a senior at John Marshall. And lane 6, Simone Jones of Hermitage, a freshman. Best seed time in this event is Woods, lane 4, at 8.72.
In this first section.
'All right, ready for the 55. Section 1 of 3. 3 young ladies looking like they are ready to go. .862, that looks like lane 1, I believe. We'll see. Score is not populating as quick as they normally do. So they're going to have to go talk to Coach Ware to make sure they get the right bib numbers corrected there. So we won't have times for that one because I know Coach is going to have to input those manually. So we'll see what happens there. And move on to Section 2. Scheduled for Section 2 are 8 young ladies. Lane 1, Jaden Graves of John Marshall, a junior. Lane 2, Justin Uday, a senior at Mills Godwin. Lane 3, Otisa Rogers, an 8th grader. Lane 4, Corn Davis of TJ. Lane 5, Jada Fells of TJ, a senior. Lane 6, Oriana Burrell, a sophomore at Hermitage. Lane 7, Emily Sutherland, a sophomore at Godwin. And lane 8, Kamari Graves, another 8th grader. And they're off. Tight race. Somebody pulls out there and finished that race very well. 8:25. Lane 3, that should be Otisa Rogers, I believe. Hopefully I'm right on the lanes. Otisa Rogers, an 8th grader, running for John Marshall. 8:25. 8:25 for Otisa Rogers. Heading to section 3, third and final section. Jaron Asari, lane 1. Junior at John Marshall. Lane 2, Marley Moore, a freshman at TJ. Lane 3, Michaela Johnson, a junior, St. Catharines. Lane 4, Kennedy Branch, a junior, St. Catharines. Lane 5, Avery Gosselin, a sophomore, St. Catharines. Lane 6, Mariana Boatwright, a freshman, Hermitage. Lane 7, Michaela Smith, a freshman, Manchester. And lane 8, Tinsley Fergus, a sophomore at Hermitage. This should be a good one. Best seed time in this section is Kennedy Branch, a junior at St. Catharines, 7:29. The 3 St. Catharines girls right in the middle of the action. This should be a good one. They're off. Kennedy Branch, Michaela Johnson. Kennedy, Michaela, and that looks like Avery Gosselin of St. Catharines. Kennedy Branch rolled in that one. 7.39 for the win. Lane 3, Michaela Johnson was second in 7.54. And 7.69 for Avery Gosselin in lane 5. On to the 55 for the boys. 6 sections of the 55 for the boys. Section 1, Brennan Regan, freshman, St. Chris. Lane 2, Jaden Wilson, senior at Hermitage. Lane 3, William Stone, a junior, John Marshall. Lane 4, Tristan Herbert, Woodbury Forest freshman. 5, Michael Shepard, John Marshall, 8th grade. Lane 6, Taquan Graham, senior at Hermitage. Lane 7, Harry Franklin, sophomore at Hermitage. And lane 8, Jeremiah Green, a freshman at Hermitage. There they go. Looks like lane 1, maybe. Lane 1, 7.46. Excuse me, lane 7. Lane 7, 7.46. That is Harry Franklin. Lane 2, Jaden Wilson in 7.48 was second. Hermitage teammates, close competition there. Hermitage takes 1-2 in that section. Section 2, Sam Knowles in lane 1, Woodbury, freshman. Lane 2, Elijah Wright, Thomas Jefferson, freshman. Lane 3, Blake Mormon, St. Christopher's, freshman. Lane 4, Tavion Jones-Hill, John Marshall, sophomore. Lane 5, Kyan Patel, sophomore, St. Chris. Lane 6, Jackson Polk, sophomore, St. Chris. Lane 7, David Farrick, freshman, St. Chris. And lane 8, Jackson Studebaker, freshman, St. Chris. 5 St. Christopher's competitors in this one. Best seed time in this section, Tavion Jones-Hill, a sophomore from John Marshall, 7.56. A lot of St. Christopher's competitors in this one. Let's see who takes home some bragging rights back to practice come Monday or Tuesday. They're off. Polk right there. Hermitage, close race, close race. Looks like lane 1 down at the bottom, or 2. Let's see, lane 2, Elijah Wright of Thomas Jefferson in 7.42. Obliterates his seed time of 7.70. 7.42 for him. That's the best time so far. Lane 4, Tavion Jones-Hill came in at 7.47 to get second, tied with Kyan Patel at 7.47 for St. Chris. More St. Christopher's competitors in Section 3. We have Josh Canty of TJ, lane 1. Lane 2, Carter Applegate of St. Chris, a junior. Lane 3, Carell Harrison, 8th grader. John Marshall, lane 4. Adley Gladden, a sophomore, St. Chris. Lane 5, JT Patrick of Woodbury. Lane 6, Aiden Curtin of St. Chris. Lane 7, Tyler Mead of TJ. And lane 8, Alexander Estes of Manchester. And they're off. Gladden looks like he's pulling away. It's tight. It's going to be a tight one. Let's see if Gladden got that for St. Chris. Let's see. Adley Gladden looks like he had it. Might have been up there with Carell Harrison. Lane 7 got it. That's Tyler Mead. Got it in 7:09. That's a great time there. Gladden came in second at 7:14, beating his seed time. Section 4 gets ready. We're rapid fire here in the 55 hurdles at StC Meet number 4. Coach Lewis here with you. St. Christopher School, StC TV. Thanks for joining us. Lane 1, Andy Hinks, a senior at St. Chris. Lane 2, Aiden Imbert, sophomore, St. Chris. Lane 3, Aiden White, terrific running back here at St. Chris, working on his speed, a junior. Lane 4, Kamari Hines of Manchester. Lane 5, Henry Rotter, St. Chris. Lane 6, Justin Smalls. Saw him in the triple jump earlier today. Lane 7, Henry Nelson, a terrific athlete at St. Chris, a junior. And lane 8, Sion Gales of John Marshall. This should be a good one. Kamari Hines, 7.11. Best seed time, just over Henry Rotter at 7.12. Interested to see what Aiden White looks like here. Very good running back, all prep, all state. Had a very good year this past year. If he can continue to add on some speed to his powerful frame, that can only help him and the Saints. Here we go. Good start here for Smalls, I believe. Rotter walking him down. Fast race there. Imbert came in as well. So we'll see what we end up with here. It's a quick race. Lane 4, Kamari Hines, 7.08 is first. Lane 5, Henry Rotter. Good job from Henry. Running his seed time just above his seed time, 7.11. Lane 2, Aiden Imbert. I thought he was close at 7.18. And we're heading to Section 5. Section 506, Benjamin Yine of Hermitage. Lane 2, Benjamin Mayer, St. Chris. Lane 3, Josiah Logan, Woodbury Forest. Lane 4, Tayton Irely, Manchester. Lane 5, Keith King of TJ. Lane 6, Khalik Small of Manchester. Lane 7, Parker McKay of St. Chris. And Lane 8, Aaron Long of Woodbury. Really tight seed times. Tayton Irely of Manchester has the best one at 6.93. Stay tuned with us as we have the top heat coming up. They're gone. Tight race down at the bottom of the screen here. Who is that? 679, 684. It's corrected to. Let's see what lane that was. Lane 1, I believe. Benjamin Yine, 684. 684. Tayton Irely, 690. Second and third, Benjamin Mayer, 7 flat. All right, now we have the final section. 55-meter dash record holder for St. Chris, Maddox White. 6.34 is his best mark. That's 0.3 of a second ahead of anyone else. Lane 1, Justin Fabian of Manchester. Lane 2, Preston King of Woodbury. Lane 3, Jerron Johnson, terrific receiver and track athlete and baseball player at St. Chris. Lane 3, he's a junior, just picked up an offer from Pittsburgh in football. Lane 4, the aforementioned Maddox White. Lane 5, Jake Martin of Manchester. Lane 6, Bowen Ireland, a Richmond lacrosse commit. He's a junior. Lane 7, Coleman Mayer, terrific runner and athlete. And lane 8, George Julius. A lot of St. Christopher's competitors in this one. St. Chris, usually not known for sprinters, but we have them in abundance this year. It's good to see Coach Evans and the coaching staff really getting these guys going. Right now we have 2 4x4 teams ranked, I believe, in the top 30 in the state. One is number 2, I believe, in the state right now, and the A team is the top team in the area. And we had a false start, someone. Not sure who that will be. Last week down at Virginia Beach, the 4x4 team ran a time of 1:30 flat, and that is ranked, I believe, 31st in the nation. I'm hearing that may be lane 1 that false started there. That's Justin Fabian of Manchester. All right, we go and try again. Final section of the 55. Up next, we have the girls' 1,600-meter run. We have 2 sections. There we go. Maddox White coming from behind here. Close race. I believe Maddox with Jake Martin of Manchester. And looks like Maddox White came out with the win in 6.58. Waiting on the final scores to pop up. That was a close one. Jake Martin, 6'5'9". Good race from him. Beats his seed time. Manchester Senior. Good job from Jake. Lane 3, Jerron Johnson, 6'7'4". He gets third. All right, so we'll move on to the 1600 here. Again, 2 sections of the girls. Two sections, that's 8 laps around the track, 200-meter track.
Section 1 of the girls 1600 on the track, please. Girls 1600, section 1 on the track. for boys, section 3. Final call. First and second call, girls and boys 4x2. Second call, 4x200 meter relay.
All right. Section 2 of the boys 1600 is complete. Padala of Mills Godwin won in 5:13. Nick McDonald of St. Chris was second
Section 3.
with a great kick,
1600.
finish at 5:30.
Jones, Green, Bueller,
Section 3 is up now. It's the final section of the boys 1600. Up next, we have the girls and boys 4x200 meter relay. Section 3, we have Grayson Jones of St. Chris, Asher Green, St. Chris, Alex Bueller, Mills Godwin, Luke Zalewski, Mills Godwin, Henry Russell, St. Chris, Darius Hogan, Sean Marshall, Luke Schaefer, Mills Godwin, Colton Flanders, Manchester, Arjun Anand, St. Chris, Dominique Wajaya, Munoz, Woodbury Forest, and Jackson Rogers of Mills Godwin. Grayson Jones out early for St. Christopher's, leading the way. Should be a good race here.
Final call, girls 4x2. Second call, boys 4x2.
Jones still in control in turn 2. Asher Green coming on for St. Chris as well as they run side by side. Jones, Green. Looks like that is Luke Schaefer of Mills Godwin in third right now. Jones and Green, terrific cross-country runners pacing one another. Schaefer right behind. Thank you for joining us on StC TV. This is StC Meet number 4. Here, Coach Lewis here bringing you the action. Same trio leading the way. Henry Russell in there for St. Chris as well as Arjun Anand passing your screen right now for the Saints. As we flow back to the top of the race, Jones and Asher Green still in the lead with Schaefer right behind. Mills Godwin's looks like Luke Bueller is in, Alex Bueller is in fourth. Jones pulling away here a bit from the pack at 216, 217. Green drops back a bit. Luke Zalewski firmly in second for Godwin. Alex Bueller fourth. Grayson Jones continuing to run well. We'll hang here with him. Boys 1600 final section, fastest section. Grayson Jones rolling. Luke Schaefer right behind him in second. Asher Green in third. Alex Bueller fourth. Grayson Jones. About a 20-meter lead. Maybe a little longer. Strong performance here by Grayson Jones, a sophomore here at St. Chris. Luke Schaefer running strong for Godwin. And now Alex Bueller is taking over third from Asher Green. Jones really extending his lead, about to lap some competitors. Final lap, Grayson Jones, and look at him turn it on for St. Christopher's. Last year at this time, he was hitting three-pointers for my freshman basketball team, but he decided to focus on indoor track and field to be ready for outdoor. There's Schaefer, a distant second, as we rejoin Grayson Jones, 4:18, 4:19, and counting. He had a seed time of 4:27.64. That almost went down, 4:27.75 for Grayson Jones. Schaefer comes in at second. Bueller third. And Asher Green fourth. Good run for Asher. He's just getting himself back into shape after coming off some injuries. Good run there by the Saints and the Eagles. Here comes Henry Russell finishing up for the Saints. John Marshall's Darius Hogan coming in and finishing. Munoz for Woodbury finishes. And there's Anand for St. Chris crossing. All right, so that's the end of the 1600. We'll be right back with you with the girls' 4x200 meter relay. All right, the girls 4x200 meter relay only has one section, 6 teams. St. Catherine's B, Manchester, St. Catherine's A, Hermitage A, Hermitage B, St. Catherine's C. 3 teams for St. Catherine's. Widen out here at the start to kind of give you the perspective as they're spread out here. And they are off. St. Catherine's rolling here. As now they're all into one lane. St. Catherine's, that's Carter Torrance, I believe. Hermitage, another St. Catherine's team. Hermitage, St. Catherine's, and Manchester. Third leg for the Saints A team. Looks like that's Michaela Johnson. I'm a ways away. I'm pretty sure that's her. A junior, terrific performer for the Saints. Comes Hermitage. St. Catherine's right behind. And third, another Hermitage team. Manchester and St. Catherine's. Michaela Johnson rolling. And I'm sorry, that was the anchor leg. I missed the leg. That's my fault. Michaela Johnson in for St. Catherine's A. 147.70. Just under their seed time. Good run for St. Catherine's. Boys 4x2 coming up in a second. We have 2 sections. Again, thank you for joining us here on StC TV. StC Meet number 4. Back at home after traveling down to Virginia Beach last week for their meet. Running at that beautiful facility at the Bank Track. That's where the state meet will be this year. So it's good for the Saints to go down there and get some experience and field that track. All right, boys 4x2, section 1 of 2. Ready to get going. Scheduled in this section, 4 teams: St. Christopher's B, Thomas Jefferson A, Manchester B, and Manchester C. Top seed time in this section, Manchester B with 138.1. They are off. Jaden Jackson of St. Chris running the first leg, and it's a good one. Second leg. Manchester out in front. St. Chris second. TJ third and Manchester fourth. St. Chris really making a move here. I believe that's Adley. Hands off, almost runs over Henry Rodder. But here comes Rodder, leading the way for St. Chris as they go into one lane. Manchester second, TJ third, another Manchester team fourth. Rodder turning into lane 2. Manchester on his heels. Anchor leg coming up. It's handed off, and that's my guy Asa Martinez. Played freshman basketball for me last year. Switched over to track, and he's got some speed. Manchester second, Manchester third, and TJ fourth. Asa Martinez into turn 2. Martinez. Manchester trying to hawk him down. He won't do it. Asa Martinez leads St. Chris B 138.51 is the time. That best their seed time of 139.5. Good job by that team. Section 2, we have Hermitage, Woodbury Forest, Manchester, and St. Chris. 4x2. Folks, I'll be with you till about 3:30 today. Not sure how far that will take us through the meet, maybe through the 500 dash. The 500 dash has a lot of sections, 5 for the girls, 6 for the boys. So hopefully I can get you through the 500 dash, and then we're going to log off for the day. Again, Stephen Lewis here, StC TV, happy to bring you the action. Swimming, had a good day yesterday. Won the River City Classic, going 7-0. Futsal played on Thursday. They won both of their matches, STC Red and STC Gray. All three upper school boys basketball teams defeated Trinity yesterday. Freshmen won by 17, JV by 15, and the varsity team won 63-57 behind 30 points and 15 rebounds from Darius Gray. St. Catherine's varsity team defeated Trinity as well, first time in a long while, in a thrilling game in Scott Gym, 55-53. The 8th grade team, the A team, Coach Hunter's team, is in the Kiwanis tournament in Williamsburg. They won their first game, and they are playing in the semifinals. They actually played the semifinals today already, should have. I haven't gotten word on how they did. So lots of success, lots of winning this past weekend for the Saints, but we don't focus on the winning. It's all about the process, all about the details, and let the winning take care of itself. Section 2 about to get started. I'm up in the overlook, so again, tough for me sometimes to tell who is who until they get a little closer, but I'm pretty sure this is Christian Both for St. Chris that will lead off in the 4x2 for the Saints. Again, section 2 of 2, Hermitage, Woodbury Forest, Manchester, and St. Christopher's. 4x2. Here we go. Both in the turn 2 as Manchester is on his back, eating up that cushion. Manchester looking really good to start it. Both hands off to Aiden White. Pretty clean handoff. White, terrific running back for St. Christopher's this past year. Hermitage and Woodbury in fourth. Manchester, superb handoff there in full control. In the turn 1. Here's St. Chris, Hermitage, and Woodbury trying to pull up from the bottom. Manchester in full control here, heading into the anchor leg. Anchor for St. Chris, I believe, is Landon Allen. Decent handoff. Woodbury third. Manchester full control. Here comes Allen, Woodbury, and Hermitage. Pop back over to Manchester at the finish. 1:34.54 for Manchester. Landon Allen finishes for St. Chris. Woodbury third, and Hermitage fourth. 1:38.93 for St. Chris, second. And Manchester, 1:34.58. All right, up next is the girls 500. Again, 5 sections of the girls 500. That'll start all the way across from the start line, a diagonal. And we'll wait right here until they get set up as Coach Evans of St. Christopher steps out. And we should see some action soon. Hang with us. All right, girls 500 dash, section 1. Only 3, Corin Davis, TJ, Ioana Atia, Mills Godwin, and Sophie Liscombe of St. Catherine's. It looks like this is Davis for TJ in the lead. And Ioana Atia, Godwin, and Sophie Lipscomb of St. Catherine's. Davis, and this is the final lap here. Davis and Atia. Lipscomb pulling up the rear, last lap. Girls are getting worn out. They're pushing though. Davis, Tia pulls in front. Sophie Liscomb of St. Catherine's trying to make her play, make her bid. Tia and Davis. Here comes Sophie Liscomb. This could be interesting here on the finish. Look at Davis with the kick. Davis with the kick out of nowhere to get first. Good job there for Corin Davis of TJ, a sophomore. Good job from her. All right, section 2. Girls 500. All right, we have 3 girls on the track. I have 5 listed. But we have Jaren Asari, Brooke Kidd, and Jada Fells. I'm going to assume, oh, I'm sorry, we do have lane 6, Soliana Alimaru. So again, sorry for any mispronunciations, but doing the best I can. All right, Asari off to a fast start here for the Vikings. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry, I'm trying to see the numbers here. I can't see the numbers that they have on their legs. It is on the other side. Asari is for the Justices. She is 3rd right now. I can't see who's in the lead for TJ. Trying to pick up that number. Looks like it's maybe a 3. Not sure. If it's a 3, that's Jada Fells of TJ. I think it is a 3. Tough to tell. Into the final lap here. Her TJ teammate takes the lead as Asari tries to catch up for John Marshall. Good kick here from the competitors. And TJ will take section 2. All right, we got section 3 here of the 200. Genesis Espana, Alana David, both of Manchester. Francesca Flores of Godwin, Molly Moore of TJ, Virginia Smith, St. Catharines, and Emmy Moxham of Mills Godwin. And we have one of our competitors out very fast. And that's TJ. That should be Marley Moore. Into the final lap here. Moore running out of gas a bit here. She went out very hard as Mills Godwin takes it. That's Francesca Flores, only an 8th grader. It looks like Virginia Smith is trying to run her down as well for St. Catharines. Flores, Smith running her down from behind. Virginia Smith of St. Catharines passes Flores. A few strides left. Flores fights her. Flores. It looks like Flores gets it for Mills Godwin. That's a strong race there. 135.56 for Flores. All right, glad to have Tal Horton in with me, joining me on the broadcast. What's up, man? How you doing, Mr. Horton? Good. Absolutely, absolutely. So we'll move on to section 4. And in section 4, you have your sheet here that you can pick up. Section 4, we have lane 1 and 2 are empty, so we go to lane 3, and that's Elizabeth Thurman of St. Catharines. Lane 4, Marina Alvarez, Manchester. Lane 5, Flora Zakaria, Hermitage. And lane 6, Desiree Hill of Mills Godwin. So we'll see who comes out on this one as each heat gets faster and faster. And that's Desiree Hill. Long strides, a sophomore at Godwin as they all transition into lane 1. Hill is in command. Final lap. Competitors. Yes, she is. Here come their competitors. Look out here for Manchester's Marina Alvarez. So for St. Catharines, that is Elizabeth Thurman. She is rolling, and she's trying to catch Flora Zakaria of Hermitage. St. Catharines, Hermitage. St. Catharines, Hermitage. Hermitage takes it. That's lane 5, Flora Zakaria. And big ups to Elizabeth Thurman there, junior at St. Catharines. A great run. All right, Tyler, so fill us in on this group. This is the final section. It should be section 5 of 5. We got lane 2, 3, and 4. Who do we have? Awesome. All right. Best seed time in this one is Ruthie Huffman at 1:24.08. So we'll see what time these ladies come up with. Yep, they'll reset. And they're off. That bodes well for the turn once they get into the same lane. There it is. Beautiful race there for Huffman. Let's see if she can get her seed time. She finishes. Awesome. So I was looking at the wrong one here. Or maybe not. I don't know if those seed times are correct because those times were a little slower than the seed times. But we're over to the boys now. 6 sections of the boys 500. Lanes 2, 3, and 4 will start us off. Lane 2, we have Olsen Ada of Hermitage. Lane 3, Carell Harrison of John Marshall, only an 8th grader, and Thomas Brown, a junior from Hermitage. No seed time for either competitor. So we'll see what they have here. Yeah, that piano's starting to jump on his back. Look at John Marshall here. Is that Harrison? Smart race. Smart race. Oh, he stopped running. He forgot he needed to keep going. Oh, he thought that was it. Is he disqualified because of that at all? I don't even know, but oh man, that's so unfortunate. That's so unfortunate. Oh man. again, as we said, it was his first time running the race, so he didn't know that he had one more half lap to go. Oh, man. $126.77, and that was it Thomas Brown? Thomas Brown. So he won his section, and we'll head to section 2. Tell us who's in that one. All right, let's see what we got.
This is the first call for the girls' 1,000. First call, girls' 1,000.
Tolles is coming. Tolles makes his move. Oh, no problem. Yeah, no problem there. Good job, Robert Thornhill. Good kick there. 124.28. Much better than the seed time of 142.78. Great job from him. All right, we're on to section 3, correct? I think lane 4 and 5 are both empty, so I guess those two guys scratched. We do have Big Jackson, Unk. We call him Unk. We'll see what we got here from the St. Chris competitors. First St. Chris guys we've seen in the 500. Ooh. All right. I'm interested to see what Jackson does in this one. This is a little bit longer race than I think he's used to. Jackson played freshman basketball for me last year. Was not the best basketball player, but worked hard. So he knew he wanted to do something different in the winter, and I'm glad he joined the track team. Jackson also a talented baseball player, likes to play baseball as well. Love our multi-sport athletes at St. Chris. All right. We'll see here when everybody gets into one lane. Come on, Jackson. Hang on, Jackson. Come on, Jackson. Yes, piano jumping on the back. Here comes Gunlock. Jackson found something. Jackson found a gear, though. Love it. Love it. Great competition for those two guys. Great job for his first time, Jackson Polk. Great job. Another no time. So it looks like it's first time for Curtin. So we'll see how he does. Ooh, 118. Okay. Okay. Man, who is that? He looks super smooth. What lane is that? Five? I can't. It's so tough to tell sometimes. Lane 5? Yeah, lane 5 of Hermitage. Looks really smooth. Really smooth. With that kick. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Okay. Yeah, it looks like we're done for the 500. Ty, we had a bunch of guys run the 55 earlier today. Bunch of guys. It's amazing how many sprinters we have this year. 116.53 there for the winner. Good time. All right, I'm not sure where that race starts, but we will get you there when it starts and where it starts. Should be at the main start line. Hang right here with us, STC TV.
Welcome back to the Girls 1000 here. We will have 10 competitors here to start in the first section. Glasscock of Manchester, Kelly of Manchester, Webb of Mills Godwin, Durand of St. Catharines, Houston of St. Catharines, Dick of Manchester, Tate of Thomas Jefferson, Harris of Thomas Jefferson, Hughes of Manchester, and Porter of Mills Godwin. Fastest seed time here would be number 1, Emily Glasscock, sophomore at Manchester, seed time of 4:03:31. Katie Porter of Mills Godwin had no time. And they are off. First section of the Girls 1000, event number 23. And it'll be pretty tight coming out of the first turn here. And going into the second turn, it'll be 2 Mills Godwin runners at the front. Be Webb and Porter, I believe. Webb and Porter are still neck and neck. Webb and Porter neck and neck still after the straightaway. Just ahead will be Porter of Mills Godwin. Still tight though. And 5 runners in a pack here. That'll be tight matchup there. So we head back to our leaders. Still in a similar position here, going around the bend. It will still be runner number 10, Katie Porter, with no seat time in first. She'll build up a even more sizable lead than she had before. A couple strides. Still several laps remaining. All right, the 2 Mills Godwin runners seem destined to end first and second here. Very, very sizable lead over the competition. The rest are coming around the bend here, several seconds behind. Our leader is pulling ahead. That'll be Porter. Sizable gap. At about 2:20 on the clock right now. Still a sizable pack of runners back here. Could be anybody's game for third place, it seems. And our first place runner, Katie Porter. Is now seems to be very far ahead. Seems to be a one-horse race for now. You never know, though. Never know. First time running the race, it seems. No seat time. And our pack in third here. Still tight. 2 St. Catharines runners currently in third and fourth. And it seems that our leader, Porter, is almost a half a lap ahead. With only a few laps remaining, she will remain in first place. Runner number 4, Paige Durand, junior at St. Catharines, will begin to pull ahead at third place. She could be in a move for second here. At 3:49 on the clock, the race for second place may be the biggest race of the match. We have our winner, Katie Porter of Mills Godwin has won the race. Coming into the final lap here, I believe. And St. Catherine's will pull ahead. Paige Durand in second. Mills Godwin, runner number 2, will be passed by a number of people. And it'll be St. Catherine's coming in second and 5th. And the Mills Godwin Webb will come in I believe 7th or 6th. One more racer coming up, Gabriella Hughes of Manchester. She'll have just under a half a lap remaining. And in preparation for our second section of the girls 1,000, we will have from St. Catherine's sophomore Campbell Burnett, St. Catherine's sophomore Piper Clemens, Mills Godwin Jr., Lauren Grossman, Mills Godwin freshman Hayden McGee, St. Catherine's sophomore Addison Collins, Hermitage Jr. Luz Romero, Manchester sophomore Anaya Musa J, Manchester sophomore Cameron Painter, St. Catherine's junior Nora Smith, and finally John Marshall sophomore Adria Rogers. Lowest seed time here is 3:11.65 from St. Catherine's Campbell Burnett. All right, the girls are prepared to start here on the first lap of the 1,000-meter run. And they're off.
Final call, boys 1,000. Final call, boys 1,000. First call, 300 meters. Boys and girls 300 meters will be at the far corner. Scene starting as the 500.
And 2 St. Catherine's runners out at the start here. It will be Clemens and Burnett, and then 2 Mills Godwin runners, Grossman and McGee. Neck and neck here for the top spot. Still a lot of race to run. Burnett close on the tail. 2 Mills Godwin runners neck and neck as well. And St. Catherine's runners will remain neck and neck going into the turn here for first. And it'll be numbers 2 and 1 here. Mills Godwin runners still just barely behind. Still anybody's race with this much time remaining. Only at 1:45 in. Best seat time is about 3:11. And it will be Clemens, sophomore at St. Catherine's, possessing the lead at about 2 minutes. Clemens will pass that line at 2:10. Puts Godwin runner is about 5 seconds behind. Clemens pulling ahead a bit of Burnett. Pretty sizable lead. You never know, though. Final lap coming up. Clemens going around the bend. Clemens will pass the line at 2:48. Should hold about a 3-second lead. Heading into the final turn. Clemens in first at 3 minutes currently. Clemens will hold the lead. And she will cross at 3:15. Burnett just behind. And just behind her will be 2 more Mills Godwin runners. That'll be McGee and Grossman in that order. Coming up next, John Marshall's Adria Rogers. Oh, but she'll be passed by Collins of St. Catherine's and by Smith of St. Catherine's. Smith just behind Collins. Collins will pull ahead, though. And that will be a wrap on the girls 1,000. We'll move on to the boys 1,000 shortly. All right, 12 runners on the track here for the first section of Boys 1000. From Mills Godwin, we have Zalewski, Cresswell, Kelly, Weber. From Manchester, we have Burns. From Thomas Jefferson, we have Armstrong, Potts, and White. From Woodbury Forest, Hurd and Brown. From John Marshall Ellison. From Hermitage Wirtz. So 12 racers on the track right now. One of 2 sections in the Boys 1000. Be represented by 3 freshmen, 2 seniors, 6 11th graders, and 1 10th grader. Best seed time from the group is a 3:07:53 from racer number 1, Luke Zalewski, senior of Mills Godwin. The lowest seed time of anybody in the Boys 1000 is Caleb Painter of Manchester. So we will be started here shortly with the Boys 1,000 meter race. And they're off. Coming out to a quick lead, that is racer number 6, Christopher Armstrong, 10th grader at Jefferson. He'll pull ahead. He hasn't won it yet, though. It's a tight race. And just behind him will be also from Thomas Jefferson. And then Godwin right just behind. Godwin and Jefferson tight there. And Godwin will pass. It will still be number 6, Armstrong here. Godwin is tight. And the Mills Godwin runner will take the lead. That is Zalewski. Zalewski had the lowest seed time. He'll build a strong lead heading into this next turn. Armstrong may have used up a little too much gas in the tank at the start. He'll fall behind. Zalewski, big lead. Ain't over till it's over, though. Mills Godwin runners currently taking up 3 of the top 4 spots. Zalewski way ahead, though. Armstrong will fall to 3rd, and it will be Cresswell in 2nd. Going around the turn, Godwin, Godwin, Godwin on the top 3 spots. And Zalewski still far ahead, heading into the final lap at about 2:20. Zalewski lapped 2 other runners now. Sizable lead. Followed right behind by Cresswell. And Zalewski will approach the finish line with a sizable lead. That'll be Zalewski in 1st and Cresswell in 2nd. And that will be Kelly coming into 3rd. Tight race here at the end. Oh, and he's coming up. That will be racer number 3, I believe. Kieran Burns. And that'll finish off the first section of the boys 1000. Heading into the second section, we will have Manchester's Painter, Mills Godwin's Wood, St. Christopher's Jr. Noah Smith, Mills Godwin's Luke Schaefer, Woodbury Forest Lee, Woodbury Forest Looney, Manchester's Dudley, Manchester's Hederich, Manchester's Burns, Woodbury Forest's Roby, John Marshall's Hogan, Manchester's Stirrup, and finally St. Christopher's freshman Lane Gathright.
Second call 500, second call 300. All 300 runners need to be in the far corner near the garage door. Same place we started the 500. Opposite the finish line. Final call, all 300.
Little Toto finishing up there as the second section of the boys 1000 prepares to run. After this, we'll head into the girls 300 with 5 sections.
All right, next section 1000 on the track, please. Section 2, boys 1000 on the track.
All right, boys 1,000 preparing to head out here in just a few moments. All right, almost out. And they're off. And coming out the first turn, it will be Manchester. Oh, excuse me, Mills Godwin taking the lead there. Godwin keeps the tight lead going into the second straightaway here. This is neck and neck between runner number 2, Caleb Wood, and runner number 1, Caleb Painter. Painter and Wood here, neck and neck. And it will stay with Mills Godwin for now with Wood. That'll be 1 minute in so far. Still neck and neck, and that will be Manchester pulling ahead. Caleb Wood holds the lead, tight lead now. It'll be Manchester, Godwin, St. Christopher's. May seem tight, but this is one of the largest leads we've seen so far this race here from Wood, from Painter. And it'll be Painter ahead. Oh, and they're neck and neck. Oh, and that will be Caleb Wood from Mills Godwin pulling ahead again. They're back and forth. This could be a great race here at the end. As we approach the final lap, Wood pulls ahead, several strides ahead. Painter's gonna need to hurry up here. Still ain't over yet though. Wood in first. He will lap the John Marshall runner. Oh, and he will pull ahead. Wood is far ahead of Painter. Caleb Wood coming down the line. And that will be a victory for Caleb Wood at 2:38.06. 5 seconds about ahead of his seed time. And a few more runners still coming through here. Next, we'll move into the girls' 300-meter dash, section 1 of 5. Hermitage's Simone Jones, Mills Godwin's Justine Uday, and John Marshall's Janiyah Arrington. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to the girls 300 section 1. Only 2 runners on the track in lanes 3 and 4. That will be Corell Harrison of John Marshall. Oh, excuse me. That will be Justine Uday of Mills Godwin and Chania Arrington of John Marshall. They will get out to a quick start here. Neck and neck. Head-to-head race here, and it will be Mills Godwin's Uday coming out ahead. And it'll be Uday pretty far away in first here. She holds the better C time of 55:36. And she will finish her race ahead of the C time at 53:39. John Marshall's Shania Arrington will finish at 1:01:41, just behind her C time of 1:01:27. And we will head into the second section with much more runners here. We will have Graves of John Marshall. We will have Trice of St. Catherine's, Tidwell of St. Catherine's. In lane 4, we will have Rogers of John Marshall. In lane 5, Hinson of St. Catherine's. So 3 St. Catherine's runners here. Best C time is Tidwell of St. Catherine's with 52:55. And they are off. Pretty quick start here, especially from John Marshall heading into the final lap. And John Marshall will pull ahead. That will be race number 4, Rogers, Tisa Rogers. Oh, and it's neck and neck though. It'll be Hinson and Rogers head to head. Oh, and coming in on the inside is St. Catherine's Tidwell. Tidwell in first here. That will finish Tidwell, Hinson, and then Rogers. That will conclude the second section. Third section here, we will have in lane 1, Abernathy of Hermitage, Graves of John Marshall in lane 2. In lane 3, Jaron Asare of John Marshall. In lane 4, Brooke Kidd of Thomas Jefferson. And in lane 5, Gianna Woods of Hermitage. In lane 6, Asia Boatwright as well from Hermitage. Final lap here. Some girls are coming out pretty quick. The best C time here was 49:70 from Asare of John Marshall. 2 John Marshall runners head to head here. That'll be Graves and Asare. No definitive leader here. Oh, and we will have someone pull ahead. It seems that maybe not head to head here. Coming into the last second. It will be Graves in first for now. And Graves will defeat her classmate, Jaron Asare. We will prepare here for our 4th section. Nobody in lane 1. Lane 2, Michaela Smith of Manchester. Lane 3 is empty. Lane 4, Skylar Washington of Hermitage. Lane 5, Corin Davis of Thomas Jefferson. In lane 6, Genesis Espana of Manchester. And they will start the race here. Oh, and we have from lane 5, Corin Davis taking a quick lead here. Oh, and it'll be tight here. Not over yet for Davis. And there we go, we'll have a new leader heading into the final straightaway. That'll be runner number 4, Skylar Washington from Hermitage. She will possess a strong lead here. Really solid looking run. And she will come in sub 50 at 48.61. Heading into our final section of the girls 300, we have Alyssa Inge of Manchester, Moore of Thomas Jefferson. In lane 3, Goslin of St. Christopher's. In lane 4 is empty. Lane 5, Jada Fells of Thomas Jefferson. And in lane 6, Angelina Marshall of Manchester. Lowest seed time here is Avery Goslin of St. Catherine's, 44.44. Race will begin shortly here. Just preparing a little bit for the race. Set and go. They're off. Oh, and a very quick start here from several runners. Avery Goslin there going very quickly around the second turn. Goslin, pretty sizable lead here. Not over yet though. And it'll be Goslin coming down at the end. And she will finish first, 44.93. Wonderful time there. And that there will conclude the girls 300. We will begin the boys 300 shortly. All right, first race here, the boys 300. We will have in lane 1, Roger Claros of Hermitage. We'll be back in a moment. All right, in lane 1, we'll have Michael Shepard of John Marshall. In lane 2, Benjamin Yine of Hermitage. And excuse me, the sheet may be wrong. We have a John Marshall runner in the first lane, a St. Christopher's runner in the third lane, Woodbury Forest runner in the fourth lane, and they'll be off. It will be John Marshall tight here with Mills Godwin. And John Marshall is pulling ahead. And it'll be St. Christopher's coming out in front. David Farrick. And the race will be won by, I believe, Sam Knoll of Woodbury Forest. Possibly Dia Goff. I apologize, the sheet may be a little off here. We will head into the third section with, in lane 2, Brennan Regan. In lane 3, Elijah Wright. In lane 4, Matthew Pierce. In lane 5, Robert Thornhill. And in lane 6, Amen Ali. All right, lowest C time in this race is Elijah Wright, Thomas Jefferson, freshman. Brennan Regan from St. Christopher's with no C time. We'll begin the race shortly. All right, welcome back. We'll be beginning the boys 300 section 3 shortly. And they are off. Heading into the final lap here. We will have tight race coming in here. And in first place from the Vikings, we have Thomas Jefferson's, I believe, Elijah Wright. Right, number 3, Elijah Wright in first as we speak. And he will finish so with 41.39 in first place. And we'll prepare for our next section. Section 4. In lane 1, we have Sam Higginbotham, Woodbury Forest. Lane 2, Correll Harrison of John Marshall. Lane 3, Scion Gales of John Marshall. Lane 4, Kamari Hines of Manchester. Lane 5, Armia Atia of Mills Godwin. And lane 6, Aaron Long of Woodbury Forest. Should begin the race relatively shortly. Runners are on their marks. They are off. And coming down very quickly, running number 4, Kamari Hines of Manchester. He will take the lead coming around the second bend. And heading into the final turn here, it will be runner number 4, Kamari Hines in first. He'll approach the finish line with plenty of room behind him. He will finish 39.31, sub 40 time, and it will be a group of runners behind him, all very tight. Heading into our 5th section of 7 in the boys 300, we have in lane 1, Kain Patel, sophomore, St. Christopher's. In lane 2, Harry Franklin, sophomore, Hermitage. In lane 3, Keith King, junior, Thomas Jefferson. In lane 4, Kevin Wynn, freshman, Mills Godwin. In lane 5, Austin Robinson, junior, St. Christopher's. And finally in lane 6, Andy Hinkst, senior, St. Christopher's. So we got 3 or 6 runners here representing St. Christopher's. The lowest seed time of the group is Ryan Samuels, who is 0.03 seconds better than Preston King in terms of seed time. So we will start here shortly. And they are off.
This is the final call, boys and girls 3200. Final call, boys and girls 3200.
For the Saints, there'll be 2 Saints in the front for now. It'll be Robinson coming out quickly ahead. Robinson, the lead for now. Got a fairly sizable lead. He is in lane 4 though, so there could be some ability to pass him from the other guys there. And we'll be coming into the straightaway with Robinson, fairly sizable lead. And Robinson will push, and he will end up at 39.57 as the winning time. Our 6th section here of the 300-meter dash will be Isaiah Walker of Manchester in lane 1, George Julius of St. Christopher's, senior in lane 2, Ryan Samuels of Manchester in lane 3, Preston King of Woodbury Forest in lane 4, Parker McKay of St. Christopher's, lane 5. He's a junior. And Henry Nelson in lane 6 for St. Christopher's, also a junior. So we'll yet again have 3 St. Christopher's competitors here in this race. Just saw St. Christopher's win the last one. And it seems a false start there from round number 1 and will be called. And heading to the final lap, that'll be Nelson in first. Henry Nelson. It's tight with Parker McKay though. Parker McKay will take the lead. It's going to be neck and neck. And McKay has the inside run here and is already ahead of Nelson. Woodbury Forest though, Preston King is tight. 3-man race. Preston King pulling ahead. Preston King, Woodbury Forest will win at 39.04. That was a tight race there. All the competitors right up in front. And we will head into our final section, number 7 of 7 of the boys 300-meter dash. Lane 1, Jake Martin of Manchester. Lane 2, Bowen Ireland, 11th grade, St. Christopher's. Lane 3, Ethan Johnson, Mills Godwin. Lane 4, Omar Ortiz, Manchester. Lane 5, Jerron Johnson, 11th grade, St. Christopher's. And lane 6, Kalik Small, Manchester. So we'll have 2 St. Christopher's runners here. The lowest seat time of any of these runners is Ethan Johnson, senior of Mills Godwin. Just .06 ahead of Omar Ortiz from Manchester. All right, we'll begin here in just a moment. We'll begin soon. Runners are on their marks. They are set. And they are off. To start, it will be out of lane 6. Kalik Small in first, heading into the final lap. Kalik Small on the outside will remain in the lead for now. And he will be surpassed by lane 4. That'll be Omar Ortiz. Omar Ortiz, sizable lead here, though Bowen Ireland is coming up behind him. Ortiz, Ireland finishes in that order. And our winner will finish at 37:20. Very, very nice time there. And we will be back shortly with the girls' 3,200-meter run. All right, we'll be starting shortly with the boys and girls 3,200 2-mile race. In the girls' race, we will have Sadie Flynn of Mills Godwin, Hannah Lipscomb of St. Catharines, and Olivia Killeen of St. Catharines as well. Best seat time is 12:20.26 from Sadie Flynn. 2 St. Catharines runners out of the 3. Then for the boys 3,200 happening at the same time, we will have Brady Walker of Mills Godwin, Long Nguyen of St. Christopher's, Caleb Wood of Mills Godwin, Alex Bueller of Mills Godwin, Jackson Rogers of Mills Godwin, Owen Bremer of Mills Godwin, Colton Flanders of Manchester, and Daniel Wingfield of John Marshall. They are off. The best seat time for the boys is Brady Walker at 9:42. So we will start out with Nguyen in first here, taking it slow, 2-mile race, makes sense. And he'll be followed just behind by a number of Mills Godwin runners. And then the girls division will be led by Mills Godwin's Sadie Flynn as of now. They're all in the first lane here. It'll be Nguyen remaining in first for the Saints, followed by Godwin, 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 and Godwin. It seems that a number of the boys 32 are not participating. It seems to be limited to Nguyen for the Saints and I believe 5 Mills Godwin runners. That's Jackson Rogers, as well as a number of others. Nguyen remains in first for the race. He's followed just behind by Brady Walker of Mills Godwin. Just behind them is Caleb Wood. Just behind him is Alex Bueller. And then a little further back we have Jackson Rogers and runner number 6, Owen Bremer. For the girls' race, in first place we have still Sadie Flynn, followed by Killeen, who is closely followed by Lipscomb, both of St. Catharines. Nguyen is still just barely ahead of Walker here for the boys' race. They are 2.5 minutes in, still got a while to run here. Walker's seed time is 18 seconds lower than Nguyen's. Nguyen is still holding a very small lead here, with Walker drifting behind him. It will still be Nguyen in the lead at about 3 minutes in. Walker is right in his tail, though. I mean, any second, it could be Walker first, Nguyen second. Walker still drifting behind on Nguyen. About 3:36 in at this point. 2 leaders of the boys division just crossed the finish line, lap line. And it will still be Mills Godwin, Sadie Flynn in first for the girls division. 2 St. Catharines runners are about 100 meters behind and are just now crossing the lap line at 4:05. Still in a very similar situation here with Nguyen and Walker. I have a feeling that will not change for a while. Walker will probably try to save up some gas and really burn that at the end, last lap or two, and hope to pass Nguyen in the final couple laps. Still a lot of running to go here, though. And it will be Sadie Flynn about 100 meters ahead of her nearest competition from St. Catherine's. And Nguyen and Walker will pass Rogers to lap him. Nguyen remains in first for the boys division. Flynn remains in first for the girls division. Field's looking pretty similar here. Not seeing too much change in pace or in who's in first, second, third. Walker is still following, just max 2 steps behind on Nguyen. He's going to make his move within the next few minutes. Closing in on the last the last few laps of the race. At 6:17 currently. And Flynn in the girls division will get within about 60 meters of lapping the current third place runner in the girls division. Two freshmen running for St. Catherine's in 3200, one of them without a seed time, so first time, at least in competition. And it will still be, oh, it is Nguyen in second. Walker has passed Nguyen. Nguyen now following about 2 steps behind Walker. It is still neck and neck though. Still got a couple of minutes remaining. And Nguyen is picking up the pace slightly after finishing that lap. Two boys runners will pass one of the girls runners. Nguyen still just barely behind, maybe a step. It'll still be Sadie Flynn here, very much so ahead in the girls division. Nguyen falling behind slightly. He's now pacing at about 2 steps instead of 1. In the last few laps here, fastest seed time was 9:42.63. We're currently about a minute and 20 seconds from there. Nguyen falling behind. Walker pushing ahead. Still more than 1 lap remaining. Nguyen is being held up here slightly by some Mills Godwin runners that he is lapping, and he is now several paces behind our leader, Brady Walker from Mills Godwin. Walker was drifting behind Nguyen for a very long time, trying to save up energy, I assume. And he is now pulling far ahead, heading into the final lap here. It will be Walker Nguyen in first and second. Walker pulling far ahead. Walker lapping Rogers again. And it'll be Walker going down. Flynn still in first by a wide margin. And it'll be Nguyen falling far behind. Walker alone in first. Approaching the finish line, Brady Walker, senior Mills Godwin, will win the 3200 at 9:42:52. Long LT Nguyen will finish in second at 9:49. Those are two great times right there. Those are the 9:42:56 is 0.07 better than Walker's seed time. We've got our third, fourth, and fifth place finishers for the boys division coming in now. A lot of times in the 9 minutes here, only one of these boys had a seed time under 10 minutes, and there are 4 competitors who finish in under 10 minutes in the actual race itself. Flynn is coming up on one of her final laps here. Not quite done yet in the girls division. Jackson Rogers continuing on here. And we will have Flynn in first place for the girls division. She'll be lapping one of her competitors again, I believe. And the final boys runner is finishing now. Flynn still has the race to go. Still have a couple laps remaining for the girls race here. Fastest seed time was 12:20:26. That's 2 minutes and 40 seconds behind the boys' times. So it makes sense for have a couple of laps left. Flynn is far, far ahead here. She was going to win by a number of seconds. After the completion of the 3,200 meter runs, we will have girls and boys 4x400 relays. 1 section of girls, 2 sections of boys. That will be Sadie Flynn finishing at, I believe, 11:30 for Mills Godwin, finishing first in the girls division. Still have a couple girls finishing up here, both from St. Catharines. And as we come into our final couple minutes of the race here, and that will be a finish on the race for St. Catharines. Runner number 3, Olivia Killeen. Hannah Lipscomb coming up at the end here. Hannah Lipscomb. And ladies and gentlemen, that will conclude the 3,200 meter division. We have coming up girls 4x400 meter relay with St. Catharines, Manchester, Hermitage, St. Catharines, Mills Godwin, and Manchester. We'll be right back. All right, we'll be beginning shortly with the girls 4x400 relay. We will have St. Catherine's A, St. Catherine's B, Manchester A, Hermitage A, St. Catherine's A, Godwin A, and Manchester B. Best seat time of these groups is a 4:21.66 from Hermitage A. From the start here, we have St. Catherine's A in first. Pretty sizable lead. Still a lot of race to run here, though. 400 meters per person, gonna take a while, so it ain't over till it's over. St. Catherine's remains in first. These handoffs could mean everything, though. All right, it'll be St. Catherine's A in first, followed by, I believe, Hermitage, followed by Manchester, and then by Godwin. St. Catherine's still very far ahead here. Sizable lead for the Saints. She will continue around her second turn. And St. Catherine's second runner will finish first of her 2 laps. So will a number of others. It will be St. Catherine's in first currently, followed by Manchester, followed by Hermitage, followed by Mills Godwin. Lead is thinning slightly for St. Catherine's, still sizable though. Handoff coming here. Good handoff for the Saints. Good handoff for Manchester. Good handoff for Hermitage. And the Saints will have a very large lead here. Saints have almost the whole turn between them and the group behind them. The first of 2 laps is finished for the third St. Catherine's runner. Sizable lead here, a whole turn. And St. Catherine's continues to go through. We're coming up here on the handoff for the Saints. Tight race here between Hermitage and Manchester. Going into the turn, trying to pass is Hermitage, and she can do it. That'll put Hermitage in second behind St. Catherine's. St. Catherine's far ahead here, running quickly too. She is going and going back. She is about 100 meters ahead of the nearest competition. It is neck and neck between Hermitage and Manchester here. Manchester just ahead again. They are going back and forth here, pushing the final lap for the Saints. This seems to be a fight for second place here. St. Catherine's is several dozen meters ahead here. She has lapped the Mills Godwin team. And approaching the finish line here, we have the St. Catherine's Saints finishing in first. And we're going to look to our second place matchup. Oh, and we have Manchester far ahead of Hermitage. Must have missed a handoff there or something. Manchester will have no competition here for second. Hermitage, no competition for third. And Mills Godwin will finish fourth of the 4 teams. We will move after this into the first section of the boys 4x4. St. Christopher's D, St. Christopher's C, Mills Godwin B, Manchester B, Mills Godwin C, and St. Christopher's E. So we'll have the lowest C time being a tie between St. Christopher's D and E at 3:30:71. We will begin that race shortly. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to StC TV covering St. Christopher's Indoor Meet number 4, January 17th, 2026. We will have our first section of the boys 4x400 relay. And we will begin that race shortly. 3 St. Christopher's teams competing here. As well as 2 Manchester teams, 2 Mills Godwin teams, and 1 Manchester team. All right, our race will begin here. It will start with St. Christopher's in the farthest out position and the furthest inside position. And we will have St. Christopher's coming out of the second turn in first place, followed right behind by Mills Godwin, followed by Woodbury Forest, then by Manchester, then by Mills Godwin, then by St. Christopher's. Tight race here at the start between the Saints and the Eagles. We will move into the next turn here with the Saints just ahead. Saints, Eagles at the front. And first handoff here. It'll be a good handoff for the Saints. They'll build a lead here. Yeah, and the Saints built a quick lead out of the first turn of the second runner. It'll go. All right, we will have the Lancers of Manchester High School pull ahead here into second. And it will still be the Saints in first through the third lap. 1 lap remaining for the Saints' second runner. Still a pretty sizable lead over Manchester, though that could change at any moment with so much as just a good handoff, not a great handoff here. So, and it could possibly change right now. It will be Manchester going neck and neck with the Saints here. And Manchester will actually get up there first. A tumble from the Saints' second runner, but Aiden Imbert for the Saints will pull back ahead of Manchester. Aiden Imbert in first here for the Saints. Going around his second turn. The order will be Saints, Lancers, Eagles, Tigers, Eagles, Saints. And Saints back again, pulling further and further ahead of Manchester. Manchester falling behind here. A good handoff could be huge for the Saints here, heading into their third runner, Asa Martinez. And that's a good handoff if I've ever seen one. Martinez is far ahead of Manchester. Manchester just went from being in the lead to being almost a half lap behind here. And the Saints' first lap with the third runner fourth runner, I believe, has finished, and that is heading into the final lap. Martinez going around. He has got a sizable lead. This should be a one-horse race here, I believe. Saints, Lancers, Eagles, Tigers, Eagles, Saints, I believe. St. Christopher's has finished first. Still have St. Christopher's runners out here, though. Eagles will finish second, followed by the Lancers finish second, followed by the Eagles and the Tigers of Woodbury Forest. We'll have Nicholas McDonald coming around to close it off for the Saints here. And he will finish it off there, finishing in fifth. And the Mills Godwin Eagles will finish in sixth. Moving into the second section of the relay, we will have St. Christopher's A team, St. Christopher's B team, Woodbury Forest A team, Hermitage A team, Manchester A team, and Mills Godwin A team. Among those teams, the lowest seed time is St. Christopher's A team at 3:30.71. St. Christopher is the only team with two groups participating in this section. Total of 5 teams competing out of the 12 relays are from the Saints, plus 2 more from St. Catherine's in their division. So we'll begin this boys 4x4 final section of the meet shortly. We'll be right back. All right, we'll be beginning the boys 4x4 second section soon. The opening runners have taken their spots as we prepare for the final race of the meet here. Lowest seed time going into this will be St. Christopher's A. St. Christopher's starting runners will be Asher Green and Henry Rotter, it seems. And they are off. Final race of the evening. Manchester gets out to a very quick start here. They will be in first after the first turn there. And heading into the second turn, 3 St. Christopher teams competing here. And it seems the St. Christopher's A team and Manchester's A team are neck and neck. Manchester on the inside going around the turn. Saints hope to get around him. Can't quite. They'll come up for the handoff here. This could mean everything. And the Saints will not fall behind. They're catching up, in fact. Around the outside, the Saints catch up and build a much larger lead than what they had. Saints, Lancers, Saints, Eagles, Tigers, Saints. Saints still far ahead. St. Christopher's B team catching up, nearly in second place. Saints A slowing down a little bit, and it will go from Mayer to Mayer. Coleman Mayer off to a very fast start here. Very fast on his first lap of his relay. He's the third runner for the Saints A, and he is not taking his time. Hoping to break yet another record with the team. And there seems to be no race here besides the race for second. Still tight between the Lancers and the Saints B team here. Mayer will hand off here to Maddox White. And Maddox White will prepare for a very fast lap here. He is going off with the gas on. The Saints will be just ahead of the Lancers on the B team side of things too, putting them in first and second. White with 1 lap remaining, heading to the final lap of the night. Saints C time is 3:30.71, currently at 3:11.6. 3:17 for the Saints. Maddox White heading into the final straightaway. Maddox White, St. Christopher Saints A team will finish at 3:29.11, and they will win the boys 4x4. The Lancers will finish second of Manchester High School, followed by St. Christopher's B team, followed by St. Christopher's C team. 2 racers remaining. That'll be Hermitage finishing up there in 5th, and finally in 6th, it'll be Mills Godwin. Ladies and gentlemen, that will conclude St. Christopher's Indoor Meet number 4. Thank you so much for joining us on StC TV. We will see you soon.